All right. I am live. Oops. It doesn't like.
私は明日の試験に勝利するために奮闘していたところでございます。
Okay, I had some issues with frames missing due to rendering and coding. I think I fixed it. All right. Lovely. Start with scuff. You'll love to see it. Okay. That should be good. Anyway, I'm gonna send out a going live message. Then I'm gonna check out some of the trauma stories. Or trauma codes. I think I still have to do Renoa's. But then there's two new ones that they added with the recent update here. Not sure if I'll get to them all. I forget how long they usually are. I mean, I've only done the one. Haru's, I think. Okay. That should do it.
ここに来てまだまだ学ぶことが多いと痛感しております。
While I'm waiting for people to get in here, I'll do my dailies.
館長、承認を待っている制作があります。ご検討お願いします。
Always take battle missions. I may have created a monster. So I worked on, like, since last stream I've been working on Nia. And then I did a little bit with, oh, what's Chizuru. Yeah, okay, I wanted to say Chizuru, but I wasn't sure. Cut down on Chizuru's deck. And then get a whole lot of draw. And oh my goodness, Senmetsu. Senmetsu intensifies. What do you think? He ate my card. How dare you? Yes.
対象を集中攻撃。コバルトウィング待機中。どんな敵でも徹底的に排除いたします。殲滅。
Glorious.
狙います。殲滅。コバルトウィング対殲滅。狙います。殲滅。コバルトウィング待機中。殲滅。狙い殲滅。殲滅。コバルトウィング対殲滅。狙います。殲滅。コバルトウィング殲滅。殲滅。殲滅。狙います。殲滅。殲滅。強い波が来るんじゃないですかね。コバルトウィング待機中。ビシッと決めるね。狙います。殲滅。コバルどんな敵でも徹底的に排除いたします。殲滅。さて次の曲は
Oh, I have no more cards in my draw deck.
ビシッと決めるね。狙います。さてはっやっはっコバルトウィ殲滅。狙います。コバルトターゲットロック。コバルトライト。狙います。コバルトウィン殲滅。箱舟は今日も安全です。今回はテンポ上げていこうかな。決断を深い暗闇へ。急速チャージシステム稼働。影の中へ決断を壊滅させます。狙います。殲滅。コバルトウィング殲滅。
Hey there, Daryl. Fortunately, don't have a new character, Chizuru. Wait, by new character you mean Narja?
狙います。殲滅。
Or do you mean Serenial?
決断を
I think of the names.
影を潜み。コバルトウィング殲滅。
Oh, you mean Narja? Okay.
狙います。殲滅。
Yeah, I don't have Narja yet.
切らねば。
After using all the resources I had on Serenial,
影の中
I'm
へ
just saving up right
コ
now.
バルトウィング待機中。殲滅。殲滅。殲滅。狙います。殲滅。コバルトウィン殲滅。
Is that real? Because you break character? Huh? Yeah, I mean, she gets pretty insane with break.
ビシッと決めるね。 狙います。はあ。コバルトウィング待機中。
Let's see.
さて次の曲は狙います。
Blast him.
どんな敵でも徹底的に排除いたします。殲滅。
'Cause yeah, I have on the upgrade. Create 2 homing lasers, L's, and then on Ravage create 2 more. Every time I break the enemies, I get more exhaust
コバル
cards,
トウィング待機中。
and then I got sort of lucky in my Chaos run, I guess. I got 3 copies of the Pale Shooting Star. So I get a ton of homing lasers, and then I activate a ton of homing lasers. But E2, I actually managed to get her to E4. I used like all the crystals and everything I had saved up. I squeezed out everything I could. I got her to E4. That's the power of saving.
狙います。コバルトウィング待機狙います。殲滅。コバルトウィング殲滅。殲滅。
No, I'm gonna try and save up again for Lucio, or not Lucio, Luce. Lucio is from Limbus Company. Oh boy. I couldn't see. Yeah. It's tough with these kind of games. You have to have an iron will. Let's see. I'll blast this guy. Okay, good. And if I do that, we'll blast somebody else. Luce. From the main campaign, the girl that's like the Knight Commander. I think she's supposed to eventually be a playable character. I like her. I like the design, and she seems pretty powerful. It's spelled there. That's the spelling. But they pronounce it Luce. And I'll take that. Yeah. Oh yeah, speaking of Luce, I'd gone to check the missions story thing. See a little new thing. And there's an epilogue, and that was not there before. So I guess I'll check that out quick. I'm not sure when they added that. Watch the recently rewatched the first part. The first part? Just watched it? Okay. At first, I thought her name tag thing said meh, but that's just her hair going in front of the C, making it look like an E. Meh. Yeah, here's Luce. He rolls a dice and gets 2M. So anyways, stats again. I mean, masochist. What? Stats for roll dice for stats. Get 2M. They're like max? He's right. You should take more time to recover.
巡礼者の歩みで私を待っている人々を失望させるわけにはいきません。
Okay. Right, so at this point in the story, like, took down Judas because they were. Yeah, something with the Pilgrim's Walk. Right, the Pilgrim's Walk was going on, and Judas took a group to the chaos to, like, sacrifice somebody to the chaos. Then we interrupted him, and we came back and beat him up.
聞く耳を持たないわね。
M did mean max? Okay. I was like, I don't know what else that would mean on stats.
では予定通りに進行いたします。
はい、お願いします。
With an overwhelming crowd gathered, Azalante leads the grand finale of the Pilgrim's Walk. Sir Judas's death was officially recognized as a noble sacrifice of a crux cardinalis to seal the Chaos Core. Many citizens mourned his passing.
アゼランテ、私を恨んでない？
Didn't know what it is. We had both like. Oh, double max. Oh my.
私の予言のせいでジューダスが死んだじゃない。ディアロスは一つの道へと導かれる。故に決してためらってはならない。
Added both to both max to luck. So I assume that made it some kind of broken thing, like OP type broken.
そして結局同じ最後を迎えるの。予言が示した終末も繰り返し消えていくだろうし。それはそうだけど、予言が外れたのは私の意志じゃないの。何かが介入したのは間違いない。そしてそういうことが再び起こるという可能性も。私たちはただ願うだけで、意志は道を進む者の役目なの。だから恐れずに次の予言の準備をしよう。未来を知る必要のある方々がお待ちよ。
You really could have waited until you fully recovered.
約束は守るべきです。もう少し休んでからじゃダメ？オルレア？1週間も待ったわ。わかった。
You gave me know certain enhancements. This dude's gonna be luck and wizard. Adds more crit damage and chance to crit. Yeah, normally in games, luck is like crit chance and whatnot.
それでは私から始めますね。
Or item find. As Azalante chants, Orlea's body slowly lifts into the air. Orlea, enveloped in radiant light, looks almost divine. A few days later, aboard the SS Nightmare.
表情が暗いわね。何かあったの？
聖戦十字会がジューダスを追悼しましたが、私たちの話が一切なかったので。
Wizards use a lot less luck, better for magic-based classes. It seems like an odd enhancement Wizard as an enhancement. Like, I could see it being a class, but why an enhancement?
あら、意外と名誉欲が強いタイプだったのね。
そういうことではありません。ジューダスが要員たちを攻撃したことも、彼を阻止するためにみんなが奮闘したという事実も全てなかったことになってしまいました。
Calm down. You let it get to you, you've already lost.
聖戦十字会の立場もよく知ってるでしょ。事実を明らかにしても疲れるだけよ。今のように伏せておいた方が成功の地位を固めるためにもいいし、不必要な対立も避けられる。大人の事情というやつね。
それも知った上で言ってるんです。ただ期待していたオルレアの予言でも予想外の結果が出てしまって頭が痛いですね。
You might be able to find out from the routine report. Don't worry.
残念ながら予言に関しては力になれそうにないわ。でもトライオンに早く到着できるように隣で応援してあげようか。
Been so long, I forget what they wanted to find out from the prophecy.
快速航路はすでに設定されています。少し休んでください。
冷たいわね。
ファースト、コードネーム、データシンクプロセスを開始。
The other four enhancements are later here. Hybrid, general. Yeah, those sound like classes. Although luck doesn't sound like a class. I mean, luck shouldn't be a class. Why are they all in one category? The guide greets at the door, then withdraws. The archive room's distinctive cold air and faint scent of chemicals lingers sharply at the tip of the nose. Soon after, the dense noise of intricate machinery moving echoes throughout the entire space.
データシンクプロセス稼働中。生体データ認識確認。デバイス稼働確認。
The familiar guidance of the AI continues, anticipating the pain that would dig into the back of my neck. Muscles tense. But instead of pain in my neck, the sudden sound of heels cuts across the archive room. A shrill warning sound, rather than the sting of cold steel, pierces the ears.
警告。デバイス稼働中にエラー発生。デバイス稼働中にエラー発生。
Oh.
生体データ認識不可。
Fire gives a lot more HP. Is this broken? Twisting to break free from the device proved futile. The restraints on the limbs won't budge an inch. Cold metal suddenly pierces the nape. A hallucination surging through the cervical spine as if reaching to the ceiling floods the vision. All sensations once seen, heard, and felt come alive in layers upon layers. Every voice once heard turns into screams. The torrent of memories swallowed whole the screams and the mechanical sounds. Back? Nani?
逃げるのは難しそうです。戦闘態勢に入ります。
Is this the blue pot? What the heck? Wait, so are they... Wait, there's more? What the heck? Alright, I guess before doing the trauma codes, there's gonna be more main story. Okay, let me just... There we go. In case anybody comes in expecting trauma codes. Alright. Diseases with 1 OP class, it's super hard to fire when your son and drains are deal damage. Okay. Re-epilogue. It's not an epilogue if there's stuff after it.
艦長を守らなきゃ引き下がるわけにはいかない。
このままじゃみんな危ない。
So, like, the original story was supposed to be a time loop, or whatever. I wonder if this is how they're trying to go back to that. Like, did he just get murdered in the recording room or something? And then he went back to the blue pot?
私がなんとかしなきゃ。
Ah, my head. During the archive room's data sync process, fragments of memory are sometimes replayed, but never with such vividness as this. The sense of living not in a tangible memory, but in an actual present reality triggers a severe headache.
レノアさん、艦長の状態が。
艦長、ちょっとその前に頭上に気をつけて、レイ。
The moment Ray looked up, Luscus's palm came down over her. The sound of bone and flesh being crushed together served in place of the sound of her death throes. As Luscus lifted his hand, dark red sticky gore stretched out beneath the ground, or between the ground and his palm. Ray's treasured cocoa keyring was carried up with the gore, only to fall limply to the floor. An unfamiliar conversation, Ray's death, a relentless headache. This isn't a memory, but another present derived from the past. Oh. Owen charges with his wind spear. Luscus's single eye turns toward him. Luscus swings his scythe, cleaving the wind spear and Owen in two. As the wind bound to the spearhead scatters, the metallic smell of blood fills the air. The rift born in the past drags the present before the eyes into a chasm of nothing but despair. The past is the origin, the present the knot, and the future is infinite, for it cannot be known. If one could return to the origin before ending in despair, the knot could be changed. If one could go back to the past before reaching the future, the present could be undone. If only that were possible. Chaos before my eyes. All despairs will be brought back to zero. Hmm.
このままじゃみんな危ない。私がなんとかしなきゃ。
What? This scene is... Ah, my head.
レノアさん、艦長の状態が。艦
艦長、ちょっとその前に。
Ray, get back!
了解いたしました。
As Luskus slams the ground, a deafening boom resounds and their surroundings quake.
ありがとうございます、艦長。
Confronting the origin before ending in despair feels strangely unfamiliar. With both familiarity and unease settling in, despair closes in without hesitation at a rapid pace.
油断は禁物よ。全力で行くわ。はい。
At Owen's spirited shout, Luskus's gaze locks onto him while he raises his massive scythe high. Owen, don't block! Move back! Owen and the other agents scatter in all directions to avoid the scythe. Owen swiftly shifts into an attack stance.
今よ。
Ray concentrates darkness into her hand, then unleashes it onto Luskus's arm. Owen swiftly slashes at the abdomen and legs, while Renoa unleashes a hail of bullets at the massive single eye. As the bullets penetrate near the iris of his massive eye, Luskus clutches his face and lets out a scream. It's working! That's his weakness!
わかりました、艦長。任せてください。
Ray leaps up along Luskus's arm, then drives a lance of darkness straight down from midair. The dark matter spear pierces straight through the center of the eye's pupil. Through the gap forced open by the spear, blood gushes forth like a fountain.
やりましたよ、艦長。ついに倒しました。
Ray raises her index and middle fingers with a bright smile. But after a brief silence, Renoa and Owen's faces turn ashen. Before there's a chance to celebrate victory, Luskus opens his mouth and bites down on the flesh right in front of him with powerful jaws. Bruh. Through the mindless chewing of flesh, a familiar scream slips out from between teeth. Even with Renoa and Owen's follow-up attacks, despair continues to press forward without pause. The present is once again crushed and shattered, ending in the same form as before.
"このままじゃみんな危ない。私が何とかしなきゃ。"
Amid the repeating despair, helplessness creeps up from the toes. The heart races, and each inhale clogs the throat. Yet instinct urges forward toward the future rather than stopping at the origin. At Luskus's movement, a command is issued reflexively. Ray, get back. And Owen, watch out for the next attack.
Hi.
Luskus's weakness is his eye. It's not just his side that you need to watch out for, and aim your attacks at his head. Yeah, how does he know the monster's name? Luskus sweeps the massive scythe, dragging it across the ground, but Owen and Renoa evade the attack with ease. Ray and Renoa focus their attacks on Luskus's face, while Owen readies his spear for the next strike. Owen raises his spear high, its tip pointing toward a building that looks ready to collapse at any moment. Should we dodge? No. We use it to our advantage instead. Owen! Pointing to the cracked building pillar, Owen responds with vigor and swings his spear. Owen, wind coiling around his spear tip, slices through the pillar. The building then collapses onto Luskus, as if struck by a massive typhoon.
敵は行動不可。弱点である頭も完全に現れたわ。今なら。
What happened to Ray? Or is it just repeating over and over again?
そう
Did they all die from the collapsed building? What the heck? Ray? Owen? Oh.
逃げ
Renoa.
予想はしてましたけど、期待以上ですね。
Freaking Lewis.
ルスクスを倒すとは思いませんでした。正直驚きましたよ、ファースト。
Lewis? What have you done?
監察官は観音を人間の姿に形作った存在と言えます。あなたがどんな反応を示すのか気になってました。あるものはチェスの駒のように考えることもありますが、あなたはどう思いますか？
Say what you really mean.
激怒する様子が興味深いですね。確かに他のファーストとは違います。正解を見つけようとする努力が素晴らしいので、ヒントを一つ差し上げましょう。記憶がただのデータに過ぎないのなら、何の価値もないダミーデータも存在します。全く役に立たないゴミデータで頭がいっぱいになったらどうすればいいでしょうか。掃除したい気持ちになりませんか？もう腕を上げる力もないのですか？残念ですね。もう少し楽しみたかったのに。それでもあなたのようなファーストなら決して諦めないでしょう。私は信じて疑いません。
Mustering the last of their strength. Undo current turn. Hmm.
何度繰り返したって結果は同じですよ。なのでどうか私の期待を永遠に裏切らないでください。ではまた近いうちにご挨拶に伺います。
データシンクプロセスに外部からの干渉があったみたいですね。
Hmm. Oh, I can't go back. Okay.
健康上の問題はないようですので、復旧プロトコルを実行した後、監察部に確認を要請しないと。
データシンクプロセス復旧プロトコル稼働。正常に進行します。
Hmm. I'm inclined to think that, like, he really did go back to the past multiple times. But he treats those other times as dummy data and gets deleted? Or... I don't know. It's confusing. Alright, the story of Azalante before she became the Holy Monarch. One day long ago, a horde of invaders attacked Haven. Azalante manifested divine power at an early age and was selected as the youngest candidate for sainthood. The Holy Monarch's successor system was introduced after the Golden Generation to cultivate candidates for the succession, but in reality, most saints were chosen from among the ranks of the Sacred Sea, making the system itself largely symbolic. Still, competition among candidates remained fierce, and anyone seen as lacking in divine power was often ignored. Don't let them get to you. If anyone messes with you again, tell me. Set them straight. What they say is true. Only selected because divine power is born. It's true that I'm the weakest here. Feels too hard to bear. You always got a hug with your name on it. Thank you, everyone. Oh, there's something on your shoulder. Get it off. It's a spider. Get it off! Scared of bugs. You're so real for that. Whereas every word of script would never conquer your fear of the weird little creatures. It's a laziness issue. Anyone in the Order of Knights? RIP. A few days later in the Haven operations room. Massive swarm of invaders is attacking. Haven was an ark protected by Imperial technology against invasions and disaster, but even that safeguard couldn't make it wholly immune from every threat. To reinforce it, the Holy Monarch created a divine shield system called the Firmament, one that was powered by her own divine energy. Thus relying on her health, the Ark was left vulnerable whenever her strength waned. Times to attack. Why now when the Holy Monarch is sick? I mean, that's exactly why, right? Knights are holding them off for now. If even one section of the firmament gives way, we're in big trouble. Devotees to the evacuation zone. Everyone else bolster the defenses. Deployed on chaos missions. Even when we call them back now. Not sure if we can hold out long enough. Adjutant to Olive. Firmament's broken. Section A76. That's a lot of sections. Holy Monarch already? Ma'am, we have to evacuate. Okay. Evacuation zone. At that moment, the Order of Silver Knights, Haven. Is Azalante okay? No, did Orlea predict this? Trust my abilities. Yeah, she must have predicted it. The firmament broke somewhere in the outer areas. Holiness safe. What happens now? The devotees murmur anxiously outside the Holy Monarch's chamber. Moments later, the chamber doors open and an aide steps out. Painted from a sudden drain to her divine power. Huh. Been trying to restore divine power, it's not working. Device linking the central and outer cores could be broken? Everyone's panicking. Need to do something to restore order. Though shaken, Azalante's scripture-trained mind instinctively recalls the passage most capable of bringing calm. Chapter 67. Act upon what you believe is right, and it is by my side that you shall walk. Return and save my people, for ye shall be called my envoys and apostles. Murmuring the verses, Azalante steps forward and raises her voice. Overnights here, half will go and hold off the invaders. Aides to Her Holiness focus on rescuing and protecting the devotees. This knights and candidates, including myself, head to the outer cores and restore the firmament. Sensitive Holy Monarch candidate. I'll put you in charge. Agitated Holy Monarch candidate. Yeah, what if the invaders have already taken over out there? Flustered Holy Monarch candidate. And what if we all die? Come on, Judas. Sir Judas. Captain Sir Christian currently on a chaos mission with the Protoss. The Holy Monarch has collapsed. Okay, so they're all still alive at this point. Judas is just a regular Chad. All remain quiet, unable to answer Judas's question. Alright. Azalante taking charge. Even if you're right, I can't help you. Alright, bye. Kick them out. Herman broken going out there is suicide. It may be. In any case, I'll do it alone. I'll restore each of the outer cores myself. Judas for help. Need saving Haven, I'll do whatever it takes. No wonder she became the what's Holy Mother or whatever? Holy Maiden, Holy Mother, whatever. Everybody else is too weak and scared and pathetic. And so Azalante and Judas step out into the monster-infested streets. It'll be dangerous. Lying if not said I wasn't afraid. Protect everyone, someone will have to do it. Everything I can to support you. Much as scratch, Sir Christian will have my head. Luce and Orlea are fighting hard enough to do my part. Okay. Or Holy Monarch. Okay. Monday teams up with Judas to activate the firmament. Together they reach the final outer core. With the firmament shattered, invaders now appear in control of every corner of Haven. Are invaders bugs? Right, because she doesn't like bugs. Oh my. Yeah, didn't you know that? Oh my. Invader's a general term for insect-type monsters. I mean, you guys are fighting these things off for so long. Yeah, how do you not tell people what they are? Neither compromise nor negotiate. Book of Pilgrims, chapter 83. Moments later, at the entrance to an outer core. Okay, just one more core to restore. Already made it this far. Let's restore the firmament. Last core, this can restore the entire firmament. Azalante places her hand on the final outer core and begins channeling divine energy. Despite her efforts, the core remains inert. Too weak. Free. Can she fight? Unfazed by Azalante's panic, the invaders creep closer, closing the distance. Even with a monster bearing down on her, Azalante's mind turns to scripture. Desperate, she repeatedly recites a passage from the Book of Pilgrims, chapter 220. The golden gates of the shining city and reveal himself before the stars. Then shall the wicked and ignorant alike fall before his radiance. The divine light shall say, Verily I have come to this place, you will hear me. The promised day is upon you. The ferocious invader lets out a piercing shriek and charges at Azalante. Grant me your strength so I may protect them all. And then, crying out to the gods, the clarion sound of a sacred bell rings out. Same moment. Somewhere in Haven. Firmament's fully restored. Wipe out the ones inside. Entrance to the outer core. Dante restored the firmament. Judas rises to his feet, brushing monster flesh from his gauntlets. Even with the firmament restored, can't be certain Azalante is safe. Find her quickly, let her be safe and sound when I do. Candidate succeeded in channeling divine power into the cores in place of the Holy Monarch. And that's in her head. With the firmament restored and monsters gradually being purged, civilians began emerging from the shelters. Judas, now joined by the Order of Silver Knights, turn to make their way to Azalante when they catch sight of something. Knights and citizens alike witness a radiant figure arrive before them. Oh, What they see is a young maiden stood atop the shattered remains of invaders, her form bathed in the sacred light of Dialos. It is as though the god himself has descended, glowing into their midst. Ah, the light, it blinds me. Erstwhile scorners and admirers alike. They all now bow their heads to her in reverence. They're all safe. To those witnessing the scene, there are none among them who now doubt that it will be she who succeeds the Holy Monarch. A few days later, the ailing Holy Monarch steps down to begin her convalescence. Azalante's ascension is swift. The firmament, now infused with Azalante's overflowing divine power, becomes stronger than it has ever been. Amidst the outpouring of reverence he receives from one and all, he appoints Judas to the ranks of the Sacred Sea for his efforts. Some days later in the Sacred Sea, something. In my boldness, but I was told you were once the weakest of the successorship candidates. Now you possess more divine energy than any other. Say what happened. Azalante smiles and says nothing. Judas, realizing that this is the only answer he'll get, bows respectfully and departs. Azalante quietly gathers and begins looking over her documents. It's time to get to the work of being the Holy Monarch. Yeah, what did happen, though? That is curious. Okay. It looks like that's, I guess, the end of Chapter 5. But yeah, I was looking around this few days ago. Noticed they put Act 2 here and it said I couldn't complete it because I didn't complete something in Act 1. It's like, oh hey, epilogue. And then there was more stuff after the epilogue. Okay. Wait, what's this? Oh yeah. Coffee and whatnot. But let's get to the trauma codes. I'll go with Narja. It takes 0 keys. And I can just unlock these. Well, they also added Luke. I don't know why. Like, they had Renoa and Haru first. Haru was the first character on the banner. And Renoa is like a main character. Dang, she looked crazy though. Narja, we just had here, she's a major figure, well, maybe not a major figure, but fairly important figure in Season 2 story. Which, is it, they put that after the original stuff in the main chapters. So I take it that happens, like that is main story. Takes place after the Chapter 1 story. Or, I don't know, what do we call that exactly? Well, Act 1 story. And then Act 2 is Forbidden Catalyst. But I thought they were gonna, like, rewrite Act 1 or something. I thought Forbidden Catalyst was just like an offshoot. But then again, I don't know. Yeah, I wonder what they're doing with that stuff. How are they going to rework the story if they keep adding new story? Yeah, Luke. I mean, we did run into their crew, but I think Beryl would be the more important one. I don't know why they focused on Luke. I mean, like, why not Serenial? Well, I don't know if we'd really need the trauma code for Serenial. Because, I mean, we sort of saw her trauma in the Act 2 story. Although, I mean, I guess we saw some of Narja as well, so what? Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's see what this is. Law of Preserved Hope in Confinement. Narja, a replicant born from Kaguya Pharmaceuticals. The origin of her birth confines her, and the chaos leads her astray. Yet to sustain her life, she finds her way between freedom and instinct. Narja registers her trauma code for treatment. Looking back to the moment she first opened her eyes in the laboratory, being a research subject feels familiar. Incubation. 20 years ago, Laboratory 1, planet Delta. NA02, we have incredibly high hopes for you. We know that you can make it. We'll make sure of that. Now, time to blow out the candle. Let's celebrate your birth. Just bring your lips close to the candle on that cake and blow it out. Just like this, okay? Just do what I do. The individual simulates how it's done. We'll blow the lights out on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Present time SS Nightmare. Numbers keep spiking. Doesn't seem to be an issue with the trauma code simulation. There's too many characters to voice. I'm not going to voice this stuff. I really wish they would just voice everything. Not just the main chapters. Could you elaborate? Whether it's because we're looking at a traumatic event until recently, or is because we're trying to run all this on a replica. Can't get you to manifest inside the simulation. You'll play as a spectator for this one. That'll be enough. Well, someone's confident. Simulation isn't our only option. Starting to get jealous. Like I can take the patient's place, leave you to it. Memory delving device is working as intended, you don't have to worry about that. I stood by silently as Elaine got up and left the room. From outside, I could hear a muffled conversation that Elaine was having with someone else. A few moments later, the owner of the other voice peeked inside. Pale skin, blue eyes. It almost seemed as if they were camouflaged for the simulation room. Not really used to everything yet. The outside of the lab is new. But yeah, so I guess we just picked her up and... well, picked her and her sister up and... they're operators now. I forgot the other one's name, but they're the partner for Narja. Seen things from virtual simulations and videos. Trauma code is completely new. An experiment that I never experienced in the lab. He regards it as an experiment. Poor girl. This actually wasn't an experiment or for research, so I don't know why you'd be interested in looking into a replica's past. So that we can help you deal with the future. To demonstrate the latent potential I hold as a unilateral subject of observation. The reason I exist, processes like this. You can do and analyze me for whatever you want. Poor girl needs a hug. Narja, you misunderstood. What we're doing here is for you, and only you. Huh? Narja blinked her eyes at me in innocent confusion. The silence that followed her words was proof that she was unable to comprehend the situation. You've no need to feel anxious, and you don't have to make any effort to show us any results. Looking into my memories, I don't think that's possible. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, no need to feel anxious. Yeah, anybody would be anxious if you look into their memories. Suffocatingly tight the space confining my memories is. Oof. It seems Narja really was accustomed to being treated as a unilateral subject of observation. I watched as she snugly embraced Elysian, her white flying worm that was always with her, as she closed her eyes. And so we descend into the sea of her memories. 20 years ago, Laboratory 1, Planet Delta. Happy birthday. Dear NaO2. When I opened my eyes for the first time, I was inside a small, tight pod. Beyond the transparent pane that encased my body, I could make out the figures of a few others, who all surrounded me as they clapped and cheered, and a small cake placed between us. I didn't know who these individuals were, nor the significance of this cake, as I stared at what was happening before me. We'll make sure of that. Blow out the candle. One of the researchers opposite of me moved with unusually slow but gentle gestures, their features noticeably pale. The younger researchers around me soon started moving about in a flurry. One of them calls on the older researcher. Director Yuma. Teach it to blow out the candle. It. Refer to her as it. Look close to the candle and blow it out. Yuma simulates how it's done. Was it because I was blankly staring? This director person simulated how I should eject wind to blow out the red light in front of me. I instinctively moved my head up and down, and the transparent cover opened up. A rush of the lab's chemical scent stung my nose, while the flame of the candle atop the cake wavered vividly. It was only then that I noticed how oppressively heavy and musty the air inside the capsule felt. Looking back on things now, I was already somewhat aware of language and numbers from the moment I was born. This cake was something unfamiliar to me, but I followed the instructions I was given and blew out the candle. The director's eyes were still weary, but the way the edges of his lips creased upward caught my attention. Understand my words, won't be having any communication problems. We can speed up our research. Oh my. We shall immediately commence the comprehensive replica adaptability assessment. Close the capsule and repair it once. Immediately. Dang. Doesn't even get her own cake. Be successful this time. If we fail here, all the replicas of this batch, including GA-01, will be disposed of. The researchers started to scurry even faster. Their desks were cluttered with data pads and charts. I didn't get much time to breathe the air on the other side of the capsule. Instead, I did what I could and let my eyes trace its evanescence. My cake. Research report entity code NA02. Normal responsiveness to external stimuli verified. Simple command recognition and limited speech capability verified. Have not found any structural flaws or instabilities. It is ready to proceed with the Protoss ability verification phase. Everyone looks at me with excitement. I think they're talking about successful research results. Replica entity code NA02. That's what they call me. Congratulations on the successful replica cultivation, Director Yuma. Yuma, the name of my creator. Simulation prep complete. A holographic image begins to manifest across the transparent cover's curved surface. Graphs, scientific terms, and nonsensical numbers filled up my periphery. The number and graphs were constantly changing as if they were alive. I may have understood language and numbers, but this was impossible. In moments, the light faded away inside the capsule. Without understanding what was happening or how much time had passed, I soon found myself looking at an unfamiliar landscape. Okay. Food chain. Proceed in the virtual chaos environment. It's another replica and advances in the chaos. Have to use Narja for this. Chaos manifestation, a simulation. As I take in my surroundings, a sweeping field comes into view. A view so vast that it's incomparable to the lab interior I'd seen from within the capsule. I instinctively reacted in disgust toward the viscous sludge that was stuck to the ground and the buildings. I shivered as the winds bristled by and put my hair on edge. Should be more than enough to test your potential. Try moving hands and feet. I didn't realize what for, but I squiggled my fingers and toes. Feeling anything strange? Delays as if moving slower than I expect? No issues. Commencing test. Protoss is the name we call those who navigate the chaos while bringing out the utmost potential of those they've infiltrated the chaos with. They ever been produced by the Empire, we decided to create our own without their assistance. Yeah, great idea there. You're a product of that decision. You are a replica. Yuma Institute Director of Laboratory 1, the creator of Replica. Call you Director? I could see the wrinkles in the director's face intensify as he smiled from ear to ear. Was he happy with my response? The effects, costs, and inter-entity integration involved in separating the Protoss' role into an independent entity. Removing the large white life form. I glanced at the life form next to me. Since when was it? No, it was there with me from the beginning. The single big and blue eye that the creature had moved left and right just as I had willed it. It even blinked on cue. Protoss' functional unit, corresponding to the main body's activity. You have within you a Protoss functional unit that will bring out boundless capabilities. Show us what kind of entity you are. Oh. Okay. Proceed forward. When you run into a chaos monster, attack it first. If you don't, you'll be the one being attacked. The director's holographic figure disappeared. All that remained was nothing more than incomprehensible data regarding the simulation and the vast horizon of chaos before me. Abiding by my instructions, I stepped forward. This Protoss functional unit, called Elysian, floated along beside me. Oh, he's just a cute little guy. Aw. He looked bigger in the 2D sprite. Well, I guess they're all 2D sprites. And the character art. There you go. When I ran into another life form within the chaos, I immediately knew that this was one of the chaos monsters that the director was talking about. It looked completely different from the researchers that were running around the lab. Its movements were more feral, more uninhibited. It bore vicious-looking teeth and made disturbing noises. Yet for some reason, I felt an inexplicable kinship toward it, as if it were a life form closer to myself than with humans. With me, then you what? The monster made itself... Oh, I accidentally clicked. Seem bigger. Okay, Elysian did the same. It flew up to match the monster's periphery and spread its wings wide. Attack it first, or else I'll be attacked. As if this instinct for survival was ingrained in me long before language or numbers, I move Elysian in position and prepare for battle. Now, is that about Elysian got larger? So I guess it can make itself larger or smaller. Let's see. Not really sure how she works, so... Defense-based damage. He's a defender type. Okay. Veracity. When hitting with attack card, 40% fixed heal. Health is 50% or higher. More damage by attack cards. Effect activated, decreased by 1. Increased cost of 1 random card. Alright. How many stacks? I have no stacks of veracity. I'll gain 6. What is predation? 80% more damage dealt by attack cards. Okay. I don't need to heal. Okay. Defense base damage times 3, 2-4 veracity. When drawn, activated 2. Okay. Interpretation. And my heals. Stupid bleed cards. She only has 6 cards. Mealtime is in graveyard. 5 predation. She doesn't have mealtime though. Let's see what this is. Oh. Munch. Elysian became a large lad. That wasn't a powerful enemy, was it? I looked down at Elysian. Patches of monster's flesh were stuck between its sharp canines. As I stripped the flesh off one by one, a familiar voice caught my attention. Better than anticipated. Not early to do this so soon. I believe it's worth the research. Have her join you now. Another replica will be sent your way. Consider her a member of your family who was born not too long before you. Already went through these tests just before you. She was unsuccessful in meeting our expectations. You two, you can conquer this chaos. GA01. Oh. Bruh. Why are you so mean? No waste time since you'll likely fail. Your data to a designated coordinate. Do not be alarmed. Aww. But yeah, she's the older one. Slightly. Before me was another entity that had white skin and blue eyes, just like Elysian. One had 2 eyes and the other glowed yellow. Enemy of the candle I had seen earlier. Oddly, however, the newcomer's eyes were moving all over the place frantically, unable to stay still. The anxious little one in front of you is Guy. Well, that's the name she chose for herself. She even named her own Protos functional unit, the ice worm next to her, as Agartha. Get along now, GA01. Guy and Agartha. You too afraid to fight the monsters? We'll support to NA02 for the remainder of the test. You're recording how and what you do to influence your fellow replicas. Her yellow eyes pierce right through me. Contempt, dissatisfaction. I can almost taste the emotions she's sending my way. Fighter, we're both dead. Huh. Gaia darts her eyes forward, jerking her head slightly in that direction, then quickly back at me, as if she were ordering me to move in said direction. It certainly felt like an instruction, but I couldn't tell the difference from the instructions that the director had been giving me this entire time. Driven by her scathing glare, I began moving one foot in front of the other. So not the friendliest first meeting. We hadn't walked far when we ran into a group of monsters. Elysian and Agartha were both showing clear signs of agonistic intent. I'll face them. What does she do? Defense-based damage and draw an attack card. Defense-based damage, all enemies increase the mass damage taken until their next ravage. Alright. Oh, fired a laser. Hair monsters. What do these guys call them? Propto 2. Do some predation. And slap him. Free! Okay, usage suppression. I'll use that and get that off of it. Why take damage? Beautiful. With the battle over, Elysian returns to its perch. Again, I take the time to strip the flesh between its teeth. Showing no signs of improvement even though she has so much to fulfill. Wonder if we're wasting time gathering data from her. Bruh. The disposal process once we finish this test. Bruh. Man, these guys suck. Horribly inhumane. Remember what I told you before the test started? Protoss is the ones who find his way forward within chaos. Well, now I'll be testing if you have that capability. Look up and far out there on the horizon, you'll see a very tall tower piercing the sky. That's your destination. Just like the director mentioned, all the way in the distance I could make out a structure that emitted a soft blue light. I nodded, but as I was about to move, I reactively turned around into a pair of eyes that were looking daggers at me. Her eyes didn't hold a commanding gaze, but I couldn't quite grasp what set them apart. Moving toward it, but can't get any closer. Here's the director for help. Gaia wants Narja to fail so that she won't be alone. I'm going to find the way this time around. Gaia pointed to the right, where the path curved all the way around. Gartha, while coiled up around Gaia's body, shook its head in the same direction. I acknowledge my abilities now. Pointing the other way. When I shifted my body to follow Gaia's suggestion, Elysian quickly parked itself in my path. Elysian then glided to and from the other path, the one that led directly to the tower. Felt every time we went that way. Elysian shook its head vigorously. Did I follow? Need to venture further into this chaos, but Gaia and Elysian are suggesting two different paths. I honestly don't know. Like, well, I mean, I guess follow Elysian? I mean, Gaia doesn't seem very trustworthy right now, but would you have followed Gaia or Elysian? I don't know. I'm gonna follow Elysian. Go this way for now. If we end up lost, then I'll go by your lead. I mean, this whole time, Gaia's been trying to drag her down, it seems. Elysian no longer knows which way to go. A little closer to the tower. Doing well. All the replicas we've tested, you're the only one who's made it this close to the tower. Can't say there's sufficient evidence that you're on par with those Protoss, but I'll trust your decision. Let your instinct take you where do you need to go. Yeah, I can't let her take everything from me. I have to find something to prove myself. Okay, you don't have to overdo it. Think you know any better? Always go until we get to the tower. There's another replica. The more the monster tore apart the replica, the thicker a certain metallic smell grew. As I breathe in, my vision begins to blur. Soon I feel strong pangs of hunger, though I am unaware of its origins. Bigger than first life, that monster is tearing into it without hesitation. Can't just stand by and watch them perish. No? I almost wondered if Gaia would be the one to say we should just let them go. Stop. Just stop. Hopes for you. Proto's functional unit, balance capabilities. Yep, okay. I watched the monster feeding on the replica. The first emotion I felt was not that of fear nor fury. It was more akin to the beast's own, a primal desire to consume. To regard pitiable creatures as nothing more than sustenance, fuel for one's own evolution. See, the true monster that I must confront isn't corporeal, but rather the instinct that resides within me. What then is the reason I must refrain from acting upon these carnal desires? Oh, Gaia's in trouble now? Exactly do I want? Monster continues to chomp down on Gaia. A small but distraught hand reaches out to me. Well, of course we gotta save Gaia, but disturbs me that that's even a choice. Eat the discarded replica. Save Gaia. Small bite. Ow. Dang, it's focused on us now. Dealing with it for sure this time. You. In front of me was the carcass of the monster, and a replica that was barely holding on to the last of their labored breaths. Aww. Gazing at the replica, my inner instincts once again began to twitch. With the way things are right now, I could drench myself in this feast without having to worry about anything to distract me. And I would come out stronger for it. I could see that Elysian was thinking the same thing. Stopping Elysian from approaching the replica was entirely my own will. What was the reason I was rejecting my instincts? Why did I choose to save my kin? If it was simply because all life is precious, then why did I choose to save the replica, yet kill the monster? What was the difference between myself and the beast? It was the director who told me the answer. Expected outcome, good thing we deployed GA01. We completed the first test. I guess if she tried to devour the other replica, it would lead to some mutation that they didn't want. Or her getting too powerful or something. They'd probably have to put her, or they'd decide to put her down. Oof. But that was a test. All of it was nothing but data. Each replica is its own composition of a multitude of monsters and a chimeranite solution. Because of that, it seems there are situations where some of those monsters' natures remain intact. In such cases, we'd be wasting precious time conditioning them into Protos so they're disposed of immediately. Oh, yeah. Yikes. Didn't expect you to save GA01 and kill the monster. It seems there may be something more latent within you. To find yourself back in your body inside the capsule. Don't be alarmed, just make sure you adhere to what the researchers ask of you. Yeah, certainly I felt the urge to devour that replica. Was done. Probably eyed the monster next. Possible we still have a monster's nature influencing us. Felt anything like that? Oh. One thing I've realized while completing these tests, I have to survive no matter what it takes. Proof of them were different from those monsters. We need to prioritize. The Beast of Veracity. Well, let's see what... start from the stage where important choices are made. This will probably be a little disturbing, but... what would have happened if she... Oh, okay. I can't check it. It's only... Why is it only selectable after completing the current storyline? That doesn't make any sense, because you could select it the first time. So why can't you select it now? Why do I have to complete the storyline first? Why can't I do it while it's fresh in my memory? Okay, anyway. I guess I'll do the battle mission. Yeah, I can just replace Narja. I feel like they should just give you level 60 characters and well, make the enemies level 60 as well. Because otherwise, like, I'm gonna use fully kitted out characters to like do this battle. So compared to them, Narja is gonna be like worthless. I don't know. You know what? Senmetsu.
殲滅、狙い殲滅。コバルトウィング狙い、どんな敵でも徹底的に排除いたします。コバルどんな敵でも徹底的に排除いたします。殲滅。
Senmetsu. Oh, right. Win a battle with combatant Narja. That was part of the thing. Alright.
箱舟の平和を守ります。月と影。よし。
I have to send Metsu a little differently.
切らねば深い暗闇へ。狙い急速チャージシステム殲滅コバルトウィング殲滅殲滅殲滅。
Not that it really makes a difference, but
何どんな敵でも徹底的に排除いたします。不浄なる存在を滅するのみ。
Okay. A02 records of replicas research findings. Narja names and dreams? What? Okay. That's a word salad. I hear the researchers' voices on the other side of the glass. One is talking about their family. Another is talking about the vacation they had on some famous ark. I wonder what that is. These words, family or vacation, never really caught my attention. But when I began to pick up on their delight about freedom and their grand depictions of scenery, I couldn't help but want to hear more. If I cared for another like they do, would they become my family? After I'm done with these experiments, would I be able to take a vacation? Results of your Protoss functional unit. You're connected who cannot perfectly recreate the capabilities of a Protoss. Conducting this research so we can create a Protoss that far surpasses those the Empire has. Express the feeling, or must express that the results of this study is disappointing. Wow. Thanks, Director Yuma. This capsule is so tight that I can barely find room to move my feet. There's also not a speck of dust, but this abnormal cleanliness is oddly unsettling. Everything from my progress to my fate will be decided for me in here. I'm trying, I really am. But no matter how much I do, I have no power. Unique, unlimited power within you. Maybe the other replicas now lies on your growth. Defining your faults, we'll use GA01 for that. Don't be bothered with it. Check NA2's status once more. Cognition normal, appetite center clear, good condition. It's in good condition. The capsule, you may go rest. The lid to the capsule opens up. The borders of my freedom went from the enclosed space where I could barely move my feet to the vast expanse of the room where many others, researchers and replica alike, moved to and fro. Question? My family? Question I expect from a replica? Well, yeah, you dehumanize them. What do you think? Not sure of the exact meaning of the word, but you're important to me as family. Any family left over, that being? Guess he's a rather sad man as well. Response between the recently acquired monster organism with Chimeranite. Back as well. J01's probably waiting for you. The only time in the day where I got to experience as much freedom as a human would was when I was with Gaia after our routine checkups. I don't understand yet. Means you were able to think of the name Narja for me? Your name with whatever stuck to me at the time? You know, it's a name that humans would even use. Make sure you don't bring it up in front of the researchers. I knew that Gaia gave me my name to prove that I was different from those other monsters, but she had always been embarrassed to use our names in front of the humans. Or maybe she's worried that they'd think differently of them, I don't know. Name sounds? We'll just plaster failure to every single thing I do. Yeah. And poor Gaia. Same way when they hear our names. Yeah, that's exactly why she doesn't want him to know. Okay. Aww. I found out later on that many of the other replicas also gave each other nicknames. The researchers only thought of it as a natural phase of us copying them. Names like Gaia or Narja to them probably didn't hold much value. Alright, Gaia's tsundere. Give Narja a good old chomp. The iceworm Agartha may be Gaia's companion, but it simply let out a frosty snort and calmly shook its head. Agartha and Elysian are good friends. Aww. Gaia stopped her foot, turned to face the corner. Our room wasn't that big, so there probably wasn't much meaning to the direction she was facing. I'm going to sleep. Onkshu me. Gaia slips into her sleep pod. Not actually going to sleep. There's no reason for me to stay awake if Gaia's going to sleep. I follow suit and place myself into my own pod. Replica research was really no different from getting lost in the chaos. Everything took a long time, and more often than not, we'd end up right where we started. After having repeated those dangerous missions so many times, it gradually became monotonous. I walked day after day toward the unreachable tower. Testing the energy administration method to avoid stimulating the appetite regulating center. No alien, no other choice if you want to retain your strength. Huh? Energy administration method to avoid stimulating the appetite regulating center. Like, are they aware of her gluttonous side? Well, I mean, the monster's side that wants to eat everything? And so they have to be careful they don't stimulate it? Feels weird, which doesn't hurt. Some of you have been able to significantly reduce the amount of time it takes to create other replicas. Standing specimen, never forget that. Thanks, I guess? Conducting concentrated analysis on your Protos functional unit. Feel the anesthesia soon, so just relax for now. Scalpel. Oh. Dissecting them? There's no way that the director didn't know that Elysian and I were connected down to our nerves. For the next week, Elysian's eye was bloodshot, and I couldn't refrain from blinking more often. Half a week later, Gaia received her surgery. Since then, Gaia would often poke at her own teeth. It seems that Agartha had a portion of its teeth modified. Hey there, Zuna. How's it going? Pieces of good news for you. You can joke with me now. Yeah, well, I don't think that was a joke. It was all our latest research. Oh, thank you for the subscribe with Prime. I appreciate it. That's Chimeranite. Using the equipment we have at Laboratory Zero, you can multiply your strength several-fold. Second news is... What else do you think we can do with this high-concentrate Chimeranite? Don't be too surprised. Create the perfect replica and finally close this chapter of our grueling study into replica research. Over the many cycles of research I'd gone through, I'd learned what exactly happens to the replicas that failed, as well as the word they used to refer to those that would not make it. And so become part of your family. Man, this is so dark. Becoming family meant that they would live on. Replica that were disposed of early in their life cycle, to put it in the researchers' words, would be treated as strangers without a face. And just as the director said, HA-87 became a new member of our family. Or my family. HA-87 was given a name by Gaia. And though she complained that they didn't understand why they needed a name, she never rejected it outright. Haku became our youngest sibling. Haku completed the research procedure that took me 7 months. In only 2? What took me 2 weeks, Haku was able to do in 3 days. At last it felt as though light was breaking through on the path that I had long been stuck on. And yet Haku could never escape her own anxiety. Hey, is Haku male or female? I thought Haku was male. Need another 10 more minutes. Go achieve results exceeding the projected goal. Limits are evident. Experiment failing. No longer a point of continuing this replica research. Not a single researcher who thinks you failed. The only one of us who even made it as far as you did. Was born as the one who was forbidden from failing. Not afraid of being disposed of. The day comes when I'm no longer of use and disposed of. Will this lab be able to remain the way it is? The fate of everyone here hangs on my success, but I never even wanted any of this. Yet Haku wasn't wrong. If Haku was also deemed a failure, there's no telling when the humans would pull the plug on their replica research. If that day were to come, all of us replica would be disposed of, and the humans would leave this planet. That's how it was. Humans would not be disposed of. They'd simply go on a vacation or go back to their families. Unlike us, humans were given the privilege to choose at the pivotal moments of their lives. Haku's anxiety only grew worse when even when she recorded breakthroughs, while Gaia gave it her all, even when she failed over and over, just to survive another day. And in between those two, I learned what it was like to think like a human. I began to ponder on what I could do to secure our happiness. Yet no matter how many times I walked that road and how many turns I took, I always reached the same ending. Can we leave this place one day? Leave and won't have to worry about all this. The moment those words left my mouth, it felt as if I had stepped beyond an invisible barrier and opened onto an endless horizon. Words weren't exchanged that day, but I knew that Gaia and Haku felt the same way I did. All three of us began to plan our escape together. One day, Haku came back with a flower she received from the director. She said it was a flower that grew somewhere in the rural regions of Delta. Haku had on a peculiar expression. Again, I asked Haku if she wanted to be free, but she gave me no response. Her eyes were glazed over and void, as if something that devoured her consciousness. As if something had devoured her consciousness. That night, I was unable to sleep well. I was oddly insecure and strangely afraid of what tomorrow would bring. Yeah, that's when Haku lost it. As I open my eyes, I see the familiar landscape of the interior of the chaos. Unlike other times, I cannot hear any announcements made by the lab. Have a look around. Cadaver of a replica. I wonder if this is also just more data from the simulation. What goal did the researchers have when they generated this dead replica? A monster's corpse. I can't discern its original shape. If I put that in my mouth, will my hunger be satiated? Cadaver of a replica. The metal ID tag around the neck gleams. Looking closely, I read the letters GA17. This area is littered with corpses. Is this outside the testing environment? There's no way to tell yet. I'm not sure if I can find the correct path, but I have to continue. I guess I should move forward, but what if I close my eyes? I pick up on a metallic scent. As I take in a deep breath, an impetuous hunger washes over me. I drag my feet in the direction my instincts lead me, toward the smell. Ah, this is a bad end, isn't it? Or maybe not, I don't know. A monster is savagely tearing into a replica. Another wave of powerful hunger washes over me. Oh, okay, yeah, this is a bad end. Okay. I can only choose to eat the replica. This... okay. Overwhelmed by hunger, I lunge at the heat of my instinct. The moment I open my mouth wide, a familiar face looks up. Could the same us? J87 acquires a Protoss capabilities. Starting with J01, all of us will probably be disposed of. Next. NA02, it's your turn. Was death the cause of my anxiety? What must we have achieved? It's impossible to figure out for yourself why you're born into this world. However, it's become clear that our end goal is identical. Oh. As I squeeze my eyes shut, I feel a crisp breeze. A flower bed. I've seen this before through the screen. And here I am, lying atop of it. The director is picking the flowers, taking the time to smell each of them. Flowers that I wanted to feel. Freedom that I wanted to breathe. Seem to have had a bad dream. No longer needed to call me that. While we take a deep breath, the aroma of these flowers will help you relax. Take a deep breath. With my head turned to the side, I follow the director's instructions and slowly breathe in through my nose. Nothing. I didn't know what a flower could smell like. Absolute buffoon, do you really think you'd ever get to know? Oh. Stop trying to deceive yourself. You never be like us humans. You never get to know how warm and pleasant it smells outside of its decrepit laboratory. It's your fate. The flowers and dirt that I've been lying upon turned cold and hard, just like how the experiment capsule is. Had it always been this way? What felt like the wind quickly devolved into the busy cacophony of the researchers. Wait, did the director ever once call me by my name? Even if it's just one day. I'd just like to take one day to myself. NA02 reading abnormal biosignal fluctuations. Administering sedative. Oh. My eyes jerked open as if by response. I found myself confined to the suffocating and cold interior of the experiment capsule. Consciousness restored. Pulse, respiration, and cognitive responses all normal. The researchers who usually had their eyes glued to their data pads were now running around frantically. While they were doing so, the pod's lid began to open. Shivering with cold sweat, I looked over at Elysian. Letting out a cooing noise, Elysian spit something out. A small golden tag. An older generation name tag with the letters GA17. What the heck? So... Alright, well I guess... I'm not sure if that confirms that the replicas inside the simulation are real? And she ate one of them? Well, Elysian did? I don't know. What do you mean return to Elysian? Waves of boundaries. Report to the researcher. Ownerless mark. What do you mean return to Elysian? Oh. Return the tag to Elysian. Okay. Or report it to the researcher. Return it to Elysian. Well, I don't know. I'm worried if the researcher gets it, they're gonna be like, oh, you ate somebody. Time to kill you. But, I don't know. Well, I don't know. Just give it to the researcher. Elysian swallowed this. Disposed replica we used during the chaos simulation. One ate it by accident. They've agitated its digestive system. Have a quick look at the examination room. I tried to shake the image of the replica's face that I saw in my dream as I followed the researchers. Was that actually a dream, though, or was that a test? At the time, I had no idea what future awaited the research facility. Divergent evolution. Right, so... What if I made different choices? Can I make different choices? Oh, that's right. There was that. The tag was on that guy. Okay, what if I just move forward? Okay, I should have stopped that, but basically came back to where they were originally. Both the objective and my will are replaced by raw instinct. Close eyes. Okay, so you have to close your eyes. Metallic scent. Oh, and then, yeah, once you get here, the only choice is to eat the replica. Huh. Divergent evolution. Okay. Chaos is steadily expanding outside the air defense tunnel. Says, how will we leave this place one day? And see the scenery we saw on those screens. Rivers that flow without end, the endless sea. Fields where flowers bloom in different colors with each passing season. be zoning out more often. Think about how Haku changed. Never once mentioned about being nervous, like she doesn't want to leave. The Protos research is almost over. Haku will soon be free and living her life outside the lab. Putting on a different expression, even got flowers. Let's stick together. There's someplace we need to go. Laboratory 0. Place with the largest deposit of chimeranite ore. The chaos-related events began. Final upgrade. Until now, your affiliate unit's energy was heavily reliant on your condition and environmental factors. Some time ago, the name that everyone used to refer to Elysian changed from Protos Functional Unit to Affiliate Unit. Elysian was not happy with that. Why? Ending upgrade, you'll always be at the peak of your condition and live with your life. Live your life full extent of your strength. Happens after this research is over. Used towards HA87's research material. What does that mean? First time outside Laboratory 1, not so different from simulations. The director straightened his crooked attire and left the room. Gaia stood staring at where the director had been standing with a dumbfounded face, and then just plopped to the ground. Figure out something more important. Going outside Laboratory 1. Run away before we arrive at Laboratory 0. But we found them... Wait. No, didn't we? Oh yeah, they weren't at Laboratory 0. We found them somewhere else. Laboratory 2 or whatever. This place... I forget which laboratory they're at right now. You wouldn't make it on your strength alone. We'll see. Depends on my mood. Laboratory 1 defense tunnel. Needs Laboratory 0. Designed to move replicas from lab to lab without getting caught, now serves 2 purposes. Could withstand most attacks. Enough alternative methods to relocate you back to the lab. Researchers accompanying us are equipped with experimental gear and self-defense weapons. Won't take the researchers long to catch up. It's just the 2 of you. This place has already been overrun by them. Oh. Multiple anomalies detected. Lab structures under attack. Chaos monsters. More grotesque than you thought they'd be. Ones that don't have the brains to listen to, just mindless beings who either eat or are eaten. Say they knew they'd be there. Reactivating the auto portal. Looking for a way to protect the lab. Take HA-87, the others head to the Laboratory 0. Hole in the wall. Researchers gone. Wait, didn't he tell the researchers to take them? So why are the researchers gone? Time to fight some real monsters. Okay. Time meal times used, heal 200%. Okay.
戦う準備はできた。何をすればいいの？果てしない苦痛。戦う準備はできているよ。私に力を貸して。何をすれば。戦う準備はできているよ。まだ。何をすればいいの？
Base veracity by max 5. More damage on the next attack card for each amount decreased. 5 decreased, 3 predation.
戦う準備何をすればいいの？ 戦う準備は果てしない苦痛。何をすればいいの？戦う準備はできている。何をすればいいの？戦う準備はできている。
漂流剥がれた。
Yeah, can't draw any.
何をすればいいの？まだ私に力を貸して。戦う準備。何をすればいいの？まだ私に力を貸して。
All right. By power. The monster that we had defeated lied on the ground with its mouth agape, motionless. Then it disappeared without so much as leaving a trace. And in my mind, the shape of teeth becomes vivid. A forgotten hunger surges through me. They're born from them, further enhanced. It disappeared. Does that mean, like, Elysian ate it? Or, well, she consumed its power or whatever? I forget if chaos monsters disappear. Born to eat or be eaten. Or to devour anything before her. Choose whether or not to get the upgrade. You place the thing you want in your hands. Escape with Gaia or protect the laboratory with Haku. I'll go with what I assume is the true ending first. I am interested. Well, I mean, yeah, if she stayed with Haku, he'd probably turn into an all-devouring monster as well. Or maybe one would consume the other or something. I don't know. But either way, escape with Gaia. Get away or we'll get one. Eventually come back. Dominant gene. Alright, ironic survival strategy. Narja attempts to escape the laboratory with Gaia. After many steps, she encounters a man. No flowers, no rivers, just pollution and dirt. Yeah. Both of us were acutely aware of the difference between what was dirty and what was clean. The lab had certain areas that had to be kept pristine, while there were other areas used for waste. Even outside the central area, any area that was frequented by the researchers had always been clean. Okay, so they found this corrupted laboratory area. Seem cleaner past those buildings. Oh, okay. We ran into some monsters, I guess. Where's that? Mealtime. What is the mealtime thing? I still haven't seen that. The hand of engraving. There's mealtime. Retain unique. Increase cost by 1. Heal amount until used. Punch all enemies. Heal, predation. Alright. Charm. Not getting any closer. Because they're in chaos. A familiar anxiety sets in. My chest tightens and my breath shortens. Yeah, they can't find their way without a Protoss. That's why they weren't able to escape. Yeah, the Protoss is the one who finds a way forward. Then Chaos. Chaos manifested from the lab. Memories of the first test flash through my mind. The familiar unease hardens into certainty. Yeah, real chaos. Uh-oh. Rather route Leasing one to go back to at the fork in the road? Oh, Director Yuma? Oh! Get attacked by monsters. As I chased the screams, I found the director in a dire situation. I felt a pang of hunger deep in my gut as I looked upon the monsters baring their teeth. I wasn't any different from those beasts, wandering the chaos, seeking to satiate this indulgence, a cycle that I cannot escape. Yeah, it was no matter what. Ooh. Revolutionary technology to place back on the map. Kage Pharmaceuticals' greatest innovation of replicas. And Legacy run away, as if that would ever happen. Doll, or solely dolls for media control. Designed to fall into self-reproach when pitied. Be motivated when your achievements are praised. Artificial life forms who can never escape the palms of us humans. It could be the chaos, like, making him crazy, but I don't know, I'm sort of inclined to think that that is the way he thought the entire time. I feel like the Act 2 story, it was a little hard to tell what his motivations were, or what his thoughts were. But I feel like it's more on the side of, yeah, just treating them as disposable objects. From what we've seen here. Subservient. No one else left who can stop us. I mean, you can't, yeah, you still can't get out of the chaos. What the Narja gonna do? Make my own choice, not the ones decided for me by the humans. To overcome my instinct, shed away these temptations, and travel the path that I genuinely believe to be a correct one. What decision did I make again? Back during my initial test when I saw the replica being eaten alive by the monster. Hearing the urgent commands of the director, I couldn't help but see the sad reflection of that one replica in him. I wonder what I believed to be the right choice. As much as he probably deserves it, save him. Just using us so he can live. So this lab for the rest of our lives. He's trying to find a way out. And ignore someone who's about to die before my own eyes. Saving a life does not need a reason. My instinct craves to feed, and my will longs for freedom. However, if this is what you call faith, then it's for everyone to live on. An odd way of saying that, but okay. It is the very thing that enables me to live as myself, as Narja. Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins. Chomp. Oops, got too big. Accidentally ate the director as well. Any other replica would have prioritized their own safety. Different from the other replicas, just like you always said. Numbers during brain tissue analysis and psychological assessments came out much higher than the others, but may not have recreated what a Protoss can actually do. It seems the two of you are the most human of all the other replicas. Oh yeah, you actually called them by their names. Thank you, Narja and Gaia. One of the instincts that humans carry. Human nature is just as trivial as any other creature. Yeah, escape is impossible. Completely swallowed by chaos. Yeah, he didn't catch the chaos and yeah. Didn't prepare defensive countermeasures. Or no, he did. He did prepare defensive countermeasures. But many of them have been disabled. Someone had already tampered with things. Did Haku do some tampering? Or, well, it could be Nihilum. No, it's not his choice to let you out anymore. Hmm. Upgrade them for combating monsters. Hmm. Oh, you teleported them? Or, well, teleported Gaia. Hmm. The life core we put inside you during your surgeries. Huh. Interesting. But back when they faced Haku in the Act 2 story, they didn't seem to know anything about a life core. But either I chose wrongly or this was an oversight. Well, I mean, even if I chose wrongly, they still had life cores inside of them. Huh. Budget doesn't matter anymore. Oh, and then Haku shows up. Mm-hmm. Looks nothing like you. Consumed much more than just one or two. Replicas? I wonder what humans taste like. Oh, lovely. All your anguish, responsibilities, burdens, and obsessions. Reward you with a freedom so great you can put all that to rest. But yeah, I guess that is what happened. Reversed food chain. Why? Okay, Narja returned to the laboratory. Laboratory 1. In exchange for saving her life. Looking on the moment she woke up in the lab, the helps of failure feels all too familiar. Okay, so I guess they were sent back to their room. Yeah, and that's when we found them. Or, well, that's where we found them. But man, I don't know. I don't know if the director Yuma was... I mean, he wasn't a good guy, but I don't know if he was as heartless as he let on. Because it's strange they said, "You're not my Haku." He could have said something like, "I always knew you were terrible," or something, I don't know. But I don't know, or maybe he had a change of heart there when he got saved. I don't know, I'm not sure what to think of him. I mean, the other replicas, they definitely, like, discarded and shouldn't be let off for that. I'm just curious what his true thoughts were on at least these 3 special replicas. Ending mutation. As my eyes open, the familiar sight of the laboratory interior greets me. The cold, rigid shell of the capsule presses against my back. We're back where it all started. Felt as if I had just come back from the biggest chaos simulation yet. I could no longer tell if it was a dream or if my mind had shattered, unable to discern reality from simulation. I pick up on the noises from the other side of the glass. The researchers are rushing around frantically, shouting at the top of their voice. Return to capsule. Okay, so they weren't returned to their room, they were returned to the capsule. Must have used their life cores. But yeah, so it seems like this is the true end. Well, I can't be sure of that until we actually get to the end, but still. They should have known about the life cores then. That seems like an oversight. Fence tunnel CCTVs are down. HA-87 is making its way there. At that time, I had no idea what it meant to have returned to Laboratory 1's capsule, or what a life core was. I mean, still, I know they wouldn't know what a life core was exactly, but, I mean, I could be wrong, but I think they had no idea anything about a life core. Well, and they said something about they didn't have one. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I had no time to dwell on it, and the fatigue that had been building since I resolved to escape came crashing over me all at once. I simply prayed with all my heart. This was all but a dream. For a long time, for a very, very long time, I closed my eyes. I heard that in the split second before death, a human's life flashes before their eyes. Mine replayed my past as though that fleeting flash had been stretched out to a tedious length. When I first awoke in the lab and was given the name NA-02, the first time I met Gaia in that chaos and had to wander aimlessly. When the director gave me my first ever compliment, the moment that I got to watch Haku being born. My emotions, the atmosphere around me, the choices I had made of my own will. I pondered on where I made mistakes, or which of those I could consider failures. I decided not to regret saving the director. That was my choice, a choice I had made from my own life's experiences. It was now a choice that had become a part of me. Alright, present time on the SS Nightmare. Just pour the remainder of their time transforming and no longer study to become the Palatine's Protoss, but rather a soldier to combat chaos. Prepare for any monster attacks that reach the lab. The chaos that sprouted from Laboratory Zero eventually proliferated. No one could stop Haku's rampage. Laboratory 1 fell victim to the corruption, forced into life hiding to avoid Haku or any other life form. Yeah, so this is the true end. In Kaigyo Pharmaceuticals' Protoss experiments couldn't be found out by anyone else. I wondered, was my existence in this world such a bad thing? In the end, we survived, giving it everything we had. Continued on until we met you. Dang. What a rough life. Well, like, that stuff's been going on for 20 years. Ooh. I only did what you did. Just like you had saved your director. I decided that I'd save you. Aww. I guess we Protoss have something in common. Yeah, that was a bit of a fail joke there. I've had to wrestle with many choices myself. However, if the reason was just, there's never been any regrets. That still is an awkward thing to say. Maybe put more emphasis on humanity than being a Protoss. I mean, all of her life there was, like, she was referred to as a failure of a Protoss. Oh. I don't know. A sudden hot softness swelled within my chest. I couldn't tell why I was crying. I had felt happiness and sadness before, but this was the first time both of them came at once, and I didn't know what to do. I instinctively grabbed a hold of the captain and plunged my face into his coat. I couldn't stop myself from not letting go. Aww. Maybe I had long believed myself to be nothing more than a life stained with failure and taboo. Even if those words were true, if only I was just different and not a mistake. Maybe then I do have a reason to continue living. Did Narja end? Huh? But it's not the end, because there's another thing. Imitation and freedom. After registering the trauma code, the captain invites Narja to the Ark City. In this simulated world, Narja discovers freedom. Ark City Beach. See the horizon. It was as they said. Where solid land should have been, it was filled with water, drawn into a single, endless line beyond my gaze. As though something slumbers beyond the horizon, waves of varying heights roll in and out, gently soaking the beach. The SS Nightmare houses multitudes of artificially recreated environments from the annals of Earth's history. Whether it's the sea or the mountains, we can see whatever it is that you'd like. I bring here? Just think of it as a small present. Okay, everybody's here. It's a beach party. Oh, hey, we got the beach episode. Oops. Didn't need to click there. Along the beach. Or Tressa. The captain simply shook their head without saying anything else. Ray bolted across the sand and went ankle deep into the waters. Super duper water splash. Wow. Might make a mistake and up way out there in the ocean. You know, I could see them doing that. Yeah, beach episode. We just had to go through endless dark trauma to get here. Yippee. I mean, it is Tressa. Tressa finds a way. Super Mika Hydro Splash. Oh my. Mika water controller. And before Mika pulls out the whirlpool. That instant, a massive column of water erupted, hurling the three people who'd been playing along the shore high into the air. Amidst the cheers and screams, the geyser of water ended up coming down where the captain and I were standing. We're soaked. Are you okay, Narja? Salty water. Why are we in the woods now? So soon. We're in the mountains, okay. There's something in the dirt. We've been staring for a while. It was always cold and hard. Go on and have a good feel. We put in a lot of work to create the dirt here. Captain told me about how the Ark City's mountain came to be. Some of the city's mountains came as close to 90% of its ancestral counterpart on Earth, even going as far as getting down the correct rocks and trees, all which differed depending on region. Even the flowers that they had planted all those years back have pollinated and spread so their smell could be picked up wherever you went. Even though I never brought up the fact that I wanted to see a flower bed, the captain brought me there first. Because you showed me. Everything that I can possibly show those who are observing, purpose since birth. Ooh. I suddenly recalled the words I said to the captain before my treatment. Why am I remembering this now? Why did I say the thing I said? My face suddenly heats up as the sound of my heartbeat gradually gets louder in my head. I was so lost in thought that I slipped on my own and fell onto the ground. That certainly didn't help, as my face heated up even further. I quickly buried my face into my hands. The moment I close my eyes, a fresh floral scent comes rushing in. This is The dirt beneath me was both cold and warm, both hard and soft. The sunlight was bright, but the leaves up in the trees provided a comfortable, dark shade. The mountain that humans had artificially created aboard this ark had birthed its own vitality, and I was gifted with a freedom that I had never experienced before. Aww. When something artificial can have its own freedom. Aww. Any reason someone was made is something that stays in the past. From now on, I only want you to think about who you want to become. I sprawled out on the ground and stretched, then burst into laughter, as if I'd never laughed like this in my entire life. I finally found my freedom atop this artificially made bed of flowers. Aww. Alright. $25. Alright. Let's do that off. Just battle missions and whatnot. We could go back and, well, yeah, I guess I'll see what the other bad ends are. I wonder if these can shed any light on other stuff. Like I said, I wonder what the director was actually thinking about Narja and Gaia and Haku. Like, there was a lot wrong with them, and he definitely didn't treat them right. But did he just view them as objects, or did he view them as people that he, like, regrettably had to work or do experiments on? Well, what do you mean? Selectable after completing the current storyline. Do I actually have to do that battle mission? What do you mean? I finished the current storyline. I'm gonna send Metu so hard. Wow. Why does that have so much damage? I guess using up veracity stacks? So, like, for every veracity used, you get 30% damage on attack cards? Chomp. Anyway, die. Senmetsu. Okay. Can I choose the other option? No. Why not? I've completed the current storyline. What more do you want from me? What about the most recent one? Okay. I can do this one. What if we just escape? And don't save the director? No different from the other because of course you were. Be a failure. First test, the others wanted to dispose of you. Damage to keep you alive. Consider me family. Aww. Alright. So he did sort of care about them. He's kept them alive. He did see them as more human, and well, yeah. Did everything he could to protect them. He still did a lot of inexcusable things, but he did care. After all, there's no reason to lie there at the end. Dang. I've been searching for all this time. There's no change, this is no more. I'm gonna try again and again until we finally escape. Different from those monsters. But she absolutely losing it. But yeah, I guess it's good I went back and checked that, because that gives the definitive insight into Director Yuma. Alright, so what would have happened then? Reversed food chain. Anguish has no conclusion, and gluttony never subsides. Director's dead. As the monsters tore into him, all I did was watch. All the while, I kept convincing myself that this was how I would attain the freedom I yearned for. But what was it that I wanted so badly? What I have now doesn't seem to be it. No, it's something far, far apart from what this is. My vision was blurred, but I could hear Gaia's voice calling out to me. If I ran now, would I be able to escape the lab? No. What a pointless thought. I'm unable to find the right path within chaos. Maybe there'd be a sliver of a chance if we kept trying over and over. But now, I no longer have the will to fight. I didn't accept the innate instincts I had as a monster, nor did I have the capabilities to find the right path as a Protoss. If I were to be a human, what would I have had to struggle for? To a replica like me, the most important thing is to not fail. I see. I failed. So I no longer need to fight or struggle. A monster has clamped down on my arm, tearing it right off. Beside me, Elysian's wing is torn off almost simultaneously. Then one of the beast's sharp claws pierced straight into Elysian's one big eye. My vision seems to be leaving me as well. It's so blurry. Knowing Gaia, she would probably never leave me behind. She'd do everything she can to save me. I see. We'll probably meet again when we arrive inside the beast's stomach. Maybe I should have given up right from the start. Then I wouldn't have had to go through all those failures in the first place. My blurry world turned even darker, and I felt my head jerk away from my neck. For the first time in my life, I felt peace. Reversed food chain? I thought that'd be something like she'd become a monster eating everything. How is that reversed food chain? I mean, the regular food chain seems to be like monsters eating people. Anyway, that was dark. But at the end, true end, be happy. Alright. I'll let the rest of that stuff alone. I got what I wanted to see. I don't know if I want to start Luke's. Honestly, I'm more interested in Renoa's. I haven't done that yet. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do Renoa's. Okay. Roses awaiting the coming morning. Renoa, the cold-blooded first officer once known as the mercenary the Black Rose, is what she hides beneath her calm exterior the thorns of old wounds, or the flower that blossomed despite them? Determination. The first test of Elaine's newly developed trauma code simulation begins. The captain enters Renoa's past and witnesses her days as the mercenary known as the Black Rose. This is a trauma code simulation. Are you sure this is safe? Hey, what do you think, Bill? Any problems? Probably. Sworn I heard something at the end there. Once more. Every agent boarding the SS Nightmare had to go through counseling with the captain and talk about their own trauma. Revealing your deepest secrets to someone else is something most people would rather avoid. If they did, the process would be uncomfortable. Well, trauma code simulation. Reads a subject's memories and recreates their past experiences inside a simulation. Must force themselves to confess their secrets. Experiencing past events firsthand will be far more vivid for the captain than simply hearing about them. Renault is the first test subject. Renault is the one closest to the captain. Sparkles everywhere. If anything unexpected happens, I believe Renoa will be the best person to protect you, which is why I chose her. I don't know. Following the instructions, I lie down as Elaine begins attaching various electrodes to my body. At Elaine's signal, my vision suddenly went dark, and in the next instant, the glow of the hologram filled my sight. Yeah, I hear you fine. Reconstructs past events by reading an agent's memories, but that doesn't mean it perfectly reproduces everything that really happened. Captain's presence won't be represented as someone who actually existed at that time, nor as the captain himself, rather as a fabricated character. Presence will be faint, yet the agent and everyone around them will naturally accept that you're there. Normal conversation and behavior will be fine, but don't act too unpredictability, or too unpredictably. The purpose of this system is to let you experience the agent's past. If the captain's actions create too many disruptions, simulation might shift into something completely unintended. Even with a fabricated character inserted like that, the reconstruction rate still holds up. Confident in my work? Wouldn't it ruin the fun if I told you the answer in advance? Why not find out for yourself just how accurate the simulation really is? After all, you've heard Renoa's past directly before. Sensory synchronization might end up glimpsing fragments of the agent's memories, but I trust you'll handle it without losing your composure. Always be perfect. Emotion is weakness. The honor of the family. Failure will not be tolerated. Voices pour in from every direction. Grow stronger. If you have time to cry, use it to train. No allies for you in this world. You stand alone. Become perfect. Become stronger. Abandon. Endure. Stop. Just stop. Amid the crushing pressure from every side, the faint voice pleading for help was drowned out, trampled, and shattered to pieces. Oh goody. An encrypted transmission request comes in on Renoa's terminal. Encrypted communication request detected. Activating security protocols. Verify identity. Biometric scan in progress. Retinal pattern match. Voice print analysis complete. Identity confirmed. Communication channel opening. A burst of static crackles through the terminal. Black rose. Arc City. Prison? No. Okay, Arc City, yeah, Arc City is the ship. Pre-Scion. What? I guess I'm saying that right. Pre-Scion? Frisian? I don't know. Forest District Hotel Room. Very cold and aloof. Retrieve data stored in a small research lab. An unregistered laboratory on the outskirts of chaos. Laboratory 0? Any reports of abnormal signs there? Cursors of a chaos bloom. Secure the data before the lab gets consumed by Chaos Bloom. Planet Felicia 7. Used to be a mining base. A short burst of electronic noise follows. Coordinate data received. Decrypting. Decryption complete. Her vision snaps back. The violent surge of emotions quickly settles down. Side effect of memory sync. Civilians being held in the lab. Renoa's shoulders tense. She grips her left arm tightly with her right hand, as if to suppress the tremor. Okay. Transmission terminated. All call records will be erased shortly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The terminal's glow fades, and the room falls back into darkness. Renoa doesn't move for a while. Her gaze lingers on her own hand. Renoa, are you all right? Your hand is trembling. The past is just the past. Rafting. Despite the haunting memories, Renoa accepts the mission. On arriving at the lab, however, her team encounters an unexpected figure. Okay, perimeter of the illegal research facility. Renoa, are you really all right? Renoa from the past, sharper than she is now. She was so edgy. Run into enemies at any moment. Got it. I'll stick close behind you, Renoa. Alright, let's move carefully. A place like this can't be bothered. Kill some time in the vicinity. Rip. I don't get paid enough for this shit. little guard dude.
いつでも行けるわ。
Okay.
待機中。
Let's see, dirge bullet. I don't have any dirge bullets in hand.
いつでも行けるわ。慈悲なんてないわ。待機中。漆黒の中に刻まれる罪。いつでも行ける。や。
I should build my Renoa.
待機中。いつでも行けるわ。待機中。
Alright, create a dirge bullet.
消えなさい。いつでも行けるわ。慈悲なんてないわ。
There's more dudes. That's a lot of dudes. Oh, barrel. Huh. Taste my railing. Proud commander of Wolf Platoon. Oh, he doesn't have any squad mates right now. Interesting. Are you terrorists too? No, no. Don't mind us. We're mercenaries. We came here on contract. Yeah, I really think they ought to have Barrel's promo code instead of Luke's. Like, we barely saw Luke. We see Barrel a few times. Under Iron Rain. The fabricated persona here, I don't have a real identity to show. I mean, if you're a fabricated persona, wouldn't the fabricated persona have an identity? Behind. Blam. Man, one shot and he just got blood misted. Carol, what's your mission here? Wipe out the terrorists? Confidential mission? If this really is the same Beryl I knew, then even in the past, she should be trustworthy. If you're saying she's trustworthy... Well, okay, since this isn't really a choice, it's dialogue, I'm still not sure if he technically says both of these things, or only what you say. Well, let's try it. We came to retrieve the data. Our goals won't conflict. Alright. Inside the lab's quite complicated. Although, yeah, with this... Did I just change the original memory? I mean, either way, she could have maybe teamed up with Beryl. It probably wouldn't change much. No, maybe it'd be best to accept. I don't know, would she team up with Beryl? After a moment's hesitation, Renoa sighs and nods. Right, more dudes.
相手は誰？
待機中。いつでも行けるわ。
本艦は待機中だ。
待機中。漆黒の中に刻まれる罪。
さあ、やっ！本艦は待機中だ。今だ。さあ、相手は誰かね？
いつでも行けるわ。消えなさい。待機中。慈悲なんてないわ。
本艦は待機中だ。
いつでも行けるわ。行くわ。待機中。消えなさい。
Entrance A13. Fighting alongside the Black Rose. The Black Rose is that famous? Always work alone, yeah. Oh, that. Okay. Slight change in memory. Make me blend in. Single support falling around. Yeah. Another distortion of memory caused by the simulation assistant. As Renoa's memories resurface, a surge of synchronized sensations washes over her. After enduring grueling training, Renoa officially became an agent aboard the SS Justitia. Hailed as the new prodigy, he was assigned to the elite platoon known as the Salacis. Agent training. It's small Renoa. Commander. Emma, commander of the Salacis platoon. And Protos overseeing chaos infiltration missions. Is that a blue rose? Is that why she chose Black Rose? I mean, commander that's classified. Gambler random. Huh? Pew pew pew. Renoa takes a moment to focus. Then thorned vines burst forth, piercing the target across the training hall with precision. A hazy aura ripples from her body as the vines continue, skewering one target after another in quick succession. So it seems like she doesn't use a pistol at this point, just controls these energy vines. Had her abilities since she was a child. Trained every day. Fit for deployment, yeah. Can't just have training and combat in mind. Need to have some other hobbies and whatnot. Balance things out. Classic. Surface control looks excellent underneath its swirling on unstable emotions. Yeah. Need something to de-stress. The control training. Only control emotions so much until they explode. Creating an emotional bomb. In that moment, Renoa's vines lashed sharply across the training hall, shattering the target. The commander smiles slyly. Not knowing what that smile truly meant, young Renoa nods with a resolute expression. Renoa, are you all right? Back in the present of the memory. Don't have good memories of group missions. Yeah, the two of you actually make a good team. Alright. Gentle poet. Persuaded by Beryl, Renoa's team proceeds with the mission. While searching the facility, they find themselves facing a new problem.
Renoa.
Comms equipment. Let's check it out together first. Erratic electrical sounds leak from the broken communication device. Find a way to activate it. The broken communication device? Why would they just have a broken communication device? Examine the device. Check information on lab communication device. The device is glowing red. Erratic electrical sounds leak from the broken communication device. Placing a hand on the grimy monitor causes the screen to flicker and boot up slowly. System error. Inoperable. Error C5011. Power supply unit missing. Battery needs to be inserted here to operate the transmission tower. Oh. What's this? Could this be a battery? The battery is cold, but a small light blinks, showing that power remains. The group picked up a battery. Equip battery. Okay, so it's not really that it's broken. It's just not powered up. The group forcefully inserted the battery that was on the floor. With the battery inserted, the transmission tower now glows blue, indicating that it's fully operational. Annika. I don't remember seeing Annika before. Look, I made a new friend. Nice to meet you, Annika. Good mapping instructions. So she's Beryl's partner. Although normally wouldn't the partner be in the field with them? Portals exposed. More dudes to pew pew.
いつでも行けるわ。待機中。いつでも行けるわ。待機中。慈悲なんてないわ。手加減はしない。いつでも行けるわ。はあ。
Renoa, what's going on? Renoa pushes open a sealed door. Small ones. Children? Let's move in slowly and reassure them so they don't panic. Renoa carefully approaches the children. Yes, yes. The comm unit beeps as Beryl quickly explains the situation to Annika. With a beep, the transmission cuts off. At Renoa's words, the children watching the situation hesitate, then begin to move. Annika's right, the rest area should be just ahead. Saying things like that usually guarantees we'll run into someone. Well, yeah, would you look me there? Not my fault. Hey, you're the one who said it. Alright, blast him. A gentle rhythm flows from Renoa's lips. Oh. Reading to the kids. Aww. In the pitch-black night, beneath the shadows blooms a black rose. Its sharp thorns are a heart that longs to protect you. Little stars that seek light even in the dark, fear not. Let the rose petals wrap you as you sleep. Only Renoa's soft voice echoes through the quiet room. Before long, the children stop crying and gaze at her. undying rose forever guarding your side. Though storms may rage, though darkness may swallow, it will never falter and will bloom beside you still. Aww. Yeah, Renoa wrote them. Ah, it's happening again. As Renoa's intense emotions are shared, the scene before them begins to change. Special training for poetry writing. Yeah, so Emma got her to start doing poetry as a hobby. The small Renoa. We had to writing poetry. First topic is me. Write about yourself. Who you think you are and what you want. Oh, she wrote one herself. Free wind, I can go anywhere. Oh no. Freely expressing your heart. Renoa hesitates for a long moment, then slowly begins to write. Cold walls, shadow that waits for no one. Small garden surrounded by thorns, trapped within it. Renoa quietly gazes down at what she's written. Get the commander to keep writing poetry with her. For the first time, a faint smile crosses Renoa's face. Oh. Okay, there's Annika. That's an interesting gunblade thing. I think they, like, somebody did some, like, data mining or something to see what new characters would eventually be released. I'm not sure if Aniko's one of them. I don't know, with a design like that, I feel like they're gonna put her in the game at some point. That should be interesting. What were they doing with the people here, though? Renoa bends down, offering her pinky to the child. The child reaches out in turn, and their fingers link together in the air. Signs of blooming. An unexpected intruder blocks their path. As Chaos Bloom alarms echo through the facility, Renoa is forced to confront her past and make a choice. Oh wait, was that an option to switch between story team and your own team? Thought I saw a little tab. The Black Rose is not only powerful, but also compassionate. Beryl, so supportive. Oh, she wants to learn how to write poems as well. Beautiful poem, Beryl. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Isn't that just a rallying cry? Hearing that from Beryl is a bit of a shock. At Beryl's words, Renoa's face clouded with a complicated expression.
待機中。いつでも行けるわ。漆黒の中に刻まれる罪。待機中。消えなさい。いつでも行けるわ。戦術起動。散りなさい。行くわ。
Yeah, where are we going for data? Don't know the precise location. Locate a researcher first. Lab is just ahead. Something's off. Beryl carefully opens the door and steps inside. Oh. They're all down already. They're dead. Because of resentment? What? Haven't been dead long. The culprit's still nearby. Someone's fighting. I mean, why do you care if there's survivors? These are bad guys, right? Everyone, keep it together. Stay calm and engage. We're gunshots, so somebody else should be here. I can retain that. The wombo combo. There's somebody firing a weapon. Let's move. Huh? Black-haired girl. That's an intimidating looking rifle gun. I was dragged into this lab and disappeared. But yeah, why are they so upset that this person is taking out the security guards? Like, weren't they gonna do that anyway? I'm so confused. Oh no, they're killing the guys that we're gonna kill. Whatever shall we do? Getting here while protecting me. To avenge them. stealing the fun. Yeah. How dare you take the fun away from me? I love creating chaos and committing murders. Yay! No matter what, this isn't... What do you mean this isn't right? Oh, you won't bring your cameras back. Says the person that was here to kill all the terrorists? Renoa, if we want the data... The researchers alive? Treat other people's lives as worthless, but cling desperately to your own. Renoa advances slowly toward the girl with black hair. Renoa hesitates, then looks this way. Oh. Level 1 evacuation alert. Level 1 evacuation alert. Chaos bloom detected. All personnel inside the laboratory must evacuate immediately. Renoa's face goes pale. Huh? Once again, the surge of Renoa's emotions spread its outwards. She thought she'd grown used to this sensation, but this time it's even stronger than before. Renoa. Back to the past. Happily writing poetry. Oh. Renoa hesitates, then murmurs in a small voice. Emma. Her face red, Renoa turns her head away. A few days later, Solace's platoon briefing room. He's been assigned their very first mission. 2 days, signs of a chaos bloom. That's with helping evacuate the civilians. Plenty of time before the bloom reaches critical. Ah, yes, surely. No hostile forces nearby. Couldn't be any particular danger. Everything will be just fine. And time passed. A few days later. Yeah, Felicia 7, underground research facility. The platoon members and researchers argue back and forth. Papers and files are scattered across the floor. Yeah, what's in the containers? Suddenly, the lights in the lab flicker and an alarm blares. Black mist seeps through the walls, flooding in from all directions. Then, from a fog-enveloped container came the sound of something being torn apart. A researcher, hearing the noise, rushed toward the container. A device. The black mist engulfed the researcher's body. Through the haze, what appears is no longer human. From the writhing mass at its center, an eye swivels to meet Renoa's gaze. Renoa's black vines had already sharpened and spread in all directions. Ooh. Oh dang. Renoa, are you alright? This time will be different. That's... Save the researcher or do not stop Kiara's revenge. It's a bit of a tricky situation right now. Let's save the researcher. We might need him. Help Beryl save the researcher. Yeah, this isn't the time to argue. If you're any further, we'll put you down. The meaning of thorns is the other one. I wonder if killing the researcher would have triggered Renoa. I bet that it would actually, yeah. Because that researcher went and got turned into some chaos monster or something, and that's when Renoa flared up. So something that sort of mirrored that would probably trigger her again. Right? Underground garden. At the crossroads of vengeance and salvation, Renoa makes her decision. Determined to save everyone, she heads toward the special security zone. Yeah, you can switch between story team and formation. Senmetsu.
今回は天
Researcher. Yep. Okay. Yep, we already went through this. Okay, I surrender. We didn't do it for gratitude. You know where this lab's data is located? Central server room, 2 sections back down the corridor on the right. Oh, we already passed it. There's nothing there. Huh. Underground special security sector. Need higher clearance. Ordinary staff can't enter. Only higher officials are allowed in, and only at scheduled times. Farrell's comm unit buzzes, and Annika's voice comes through. Gas intensity spiking. "30 minutes to an hour. Heading underground, only option. Manual override code for emergencies. Alright. So yeah, we need this researcher. Let's move. This time I'll see it through to the end. Senmetsu.
殲滅コバルトウィング急速チャージシステム狙います殲滅
Sector D hallway. Never asked your name. Together in this mission. I feel like I've seen her before. Yara. And I'm Frostburn. Hit them. The researcher. Alright. Yeah, is this one of the partners that I use? I think it is. Yeah, what is research down here? Rumors. Sometimes when the doors open, you hear terrible sounds seeping through. Oh, lovely. Screams or cries, not even sure if they were human. And some of the people dragged in here were taken underground. Yara's face turns pale. Monsters are transformed people. Suddenly, the entire building shakes as if an earthquake hit. That's not good. Everyone, hold on. Hello? When the chaos expands, the stars lose their strength and eventually become corrupted. Senmetsu.
コバルトウィング待機殲滅殲滅殲滅
Restricted zone entrance. Ominous. I mean, it is a restricted zone. Oh, lovely. As the door to the underground swings open, a horrific sight spreads below. In the gloom pierced by thin rays of light, heaps of unrecognizable remains litter the ground. No one shall pass through here. Renoa's going in. Kiara wants to find her friends. A sudden attack from the monster causes the floor to collapse. Wasn't that convenient? He made a decision for us. Oh! Renoa! Oh no, we're falling! The light fades. Protect. Renoa, are you awake? We're underground in the special security sector. Out for about 5 minutes. They're not here. We must have gotten separated when we fell. Following Renoa's searching gaze, they looked around the area. The research lab shows clear signs of corruption by something unknown. Way back up, looks like the collapse blocked it off completely. Chaos bloomed here before. I guess this is the original site of Renoa's trauma. Warmth in the darkness. A sudden accident scatters the team. In the chaos of a blurring past and present, familiar figures emerge from the darkness. Yeah, what the heck, I'll stick with Renoa.
Renoa.
Question mark section corridor. It doesn't really look like much of a corridor anymore. How can she tell where she's going? I mean, even if you were here before, the chaos has changed the layout. Alright. Retrieved all dirt. Don't have any dirge bullet. With the hand. Grant retrieve. And get blasted. Actually, that doesn't really help me because now I can't use them. Although, well, this way they're not exhausted at least. And then they can do that. Nice. Oh, Barrel's not doing so good. What happened to the researcher? He's not moving. In the dark, as Beryl tries to get up, her hand brushes against something. Rip. Oh good, they found her. Beryl, are you alright? Left alone again. Shortly after. Oh, she's asleep. Okay. I was like, what? We don't know how much strength it'll take to escape from here. Let's all rest a bit. Mm-hmm. You should rest too, Renoa. Close your eyes for a while. And then they take a little bitty nap and wake up 10 hours later. Oops. Okay, back to the past. Upon barely regaining consciousness after the violence caused by the breakdown, an unfamiliar sector of the lab was laid out in front of Renoa's eyes. Renoa kept shouting, but only silence answered her. Huh. Okay. This is odd, though. Like, didn't vines start sprouting? Well, even if she didn't hurt anybody then. He just ran off? Or is she hallucinating? I saw Renoa's memories again. Was it her emotions flaring up in her dream? Renoa, are you awake? No chaotic confusion, no one resisting orders, no one falling to collapse. The sparkles. Alright, ran into some monsters.
相手は誰かね。本艦は待機中だ。全力を注ぎ込む。さあ、今だ。本艦は待機中だ。これはどうかね。
待機中。いつでも行けるわ。待機中。戦術機能。知りなさい。いつでも行けるわ。
I don't have any dirge bolts in hand.
慈悲なんてないわ。待機中。いつでも行けるわ。待機中。いつでも行けるわ。消えなさい。待機中。すべてをかけて。いつでも行けるわ。待機中。すべてをかけて。
さあ、相手は誰かね。本艦は待機充電完了だ。
Oh yeah. Yeah, that is Kiara. Yeah, or damaged by the number of cards in the graveyard. Yep. Okay. Thought I'd seen her before. Small amount of overkill. This place really is. Yes, you've said that before. It really do be. Be survivors. Oh. Until the rescue team arrives, I must hold this place. Survivors. Not an enemy? I think that's when he got trapped down here too. Okay. But yeah, so Beryl is just like, oh, you shouldn't kill the dudes. Well, I guess the researchers, they're using the same sprites as the guards. But even in this situation, she's just like, oh yeah, let's just kill this guard real quick. Nice one, Beryl. Anyway, he friend. Gotta get out here near the detention chamber corridor. Don't know what experiments they're running. Surface lab was built to make use of the data kept here underground. Truly important work happens down here. The monsters were here long before the surface lab was built. Tried to eliminate them a few times and failed, so now just avoid them. Avoid them? Isn't that far too dangerous? They only patrol between the entrances at fixed times. Interesting. If they were truly dangerous, they would have found a way to destroy them. Emergency exit ahead. Should have moved to the other side. As long as we stay quiet, we'll be fine. Surely no one will just suddenly make noise accidentally. That's a relief. Okay, so these guys... I guess I might as well use that.
いつでも行けるわ。全てをかけて待機中。戦術機能散りなさい。手加減はしない。いつでも行けるわ。はあ。全部倒れちまえ。 待機中すべてをかけてさあ今だいつでも行けるわ なんてないわ。慈悲なんてないわ。いや。
Nice. Oh. Hey, look, it's one of those guys that we were just talking about and didn't want to fight. Lamau? Wait, that opposite entrance. You mean the one connected to the central corridor, leading deeper underground? Whoopsie. Usual route got blocked. Yeah. That's highly likely. Well, it's time to get blasted. Do you know how often it moves? Every 2 hours. That's a bit too long to wait. Chaos will bloom soon. It'd be really funny if it just got a giant rock slam right on top of it. The entire building shakes as if on the verge of collapse. Debris rains from the ceiling, but the monster doesn't move an inch. Renoa. Renoa lowers her head. At the shift in Renoa's tone, Beryl falters. Renoa lowers her head, and slowly, a voice weighed down by restraint begins to flow out. Oh, they went berserk. So it's not like she lost control. Her friends did. Even the Protoss? dilemma? Yes, stop telling me that. As she said this, Renoa wore the saddest expression I'd ever seen. Faced with that expression, Huh? Fight alongside Renoa or leave Renoa behind and search for data? Well, of course we gotta fight alongside Renoa. We'll fight together. Feels weird hearing the successful mission music here. Let's prepare for the final battle. Oh wait, did I choose the right one? Oh, usually the right one is like straightforward, but... Uh-oh, am I just gonna repeat what happened in the past? Now I'm concerned. Soil of the Forsaken. Renoa's team unites for a final battle against the monster blocking their path. No one will be allowed to pass here. Nothing shall ever... No closes in to bind the enemy's feet. Barrel provides mid-range firepower. Long range. Okay. What about me? Stay back and do some cheerleading. Got it. No normal pistols would ever be able to damage that. Maybe in the next simulation I should ask for a stronger weapon. Keep the others from losing their nerve. Oh boy. Hope this goes well. Alright, got it. Requiem. On shuffle, decrease Requiem by 1. On remove, stun. Discard all other combatants' cards. Hmm. Oh, that's interesting. Alright. Pew pew pew. Oh. Alright, I just got a winning hand right from the get-go. Yeah, I win this turn. Easy. Oh. Oh, uh-oh. I don't like that it just stopped me there. The fierce battle rages on, and through the monster's torn skin, something gleams. Oh. The rose hairpin. As the monster's massive arm swings down, a sudden strike from behind intercepts it. Renoa, stay with us. Alright. This probably is the right way to go. Hey there, Tavio. Good morning. Yeah, I'm betting if I chose the other way, just let her draw off the monster, he'd probably get surprised by it and killed. Renoa, are you all right? The sparkles. Renoa walks over to where the monster fell and picks something up. Get back in the past. Emma rolls up her sleeve. A scar runs across her skin, and around it the flesh is blackened, glistening as though covered in tar. Yeah, Emma is a Protoss. So how did she get corrupted? Well, maybe it's something to do with the chaos bloom. Like it's not a stable chaos, it spreads its influence. Maybe even a Protoss isn't immune to the initial spread. Emma rises and turns her back, walking away. Is that why it always patrols? Goes to a certain spot? Oof. Emotional damage. Alright, half bloom. Managed to save everybody. I wonder who initially hired her for this. Did she even get the data? I don't think she would have had time to get the data. Wood lady. Actually, I feel like I have seen Aniko one time before. Maybe back when we saw the Wolf Platoon first. Yara, are you okay? What happened to her comrades? Guess we'll just have to assume they're dead. Your face is clouded. Thinking of the past? Only there'd been a small trigger if just one choice had been different back then. Renoa. has been wandering the underground all this time, keeping her last promise. Oof. As she says this, Renoa looks straight into my eyes. This is a simulated past. In reality, I wasn't by her side back then. So did Renoa ever share these feelings with anyone else? Or has she kept them bottled up inside all this time, on the verge of overflowing? Yeah, let's go. Job's done. Oh, she did get the data. Renoa hesitates for a moment, then connects the terminal to the communicator. Soon, the blinking light of transmission begins. Yeah, what do you intend to use that data for? It's not meant to end the world. That doesn't really bolster my feelings about this. Transmission terminated. All call records will be deleted shortly. As the light indicating the call status fades, Renoa lets out a long sigh. Renoa, is something wrong? You've looked troubled for a while now. She made a copy of the data. A copy? Wasn't just experimenting on making monsters. Like the Empire created Protoss, these were failed attempts to create something greater beyond humanity. Huh. The reason the new lab was built directly over the ruins of the old one, where humans suddenly transformed into monsters. I think it's all connected. In case you need a copy later. Cautious of you. Past can always come back. Well, that's it for the sim. Across the room, Renoa rises to her feet. This time was different, wasn't it? From before? Renoa presses her hand against her chest. Renoa. Then I'll hold your hand whenever you need it. Let's walk together. One step at a time. Saying that, Renoa carefully places her hand over mine. Shall we go then, princess? Still, I'm certain that's what I heard in the simulation. Captain's a bit of a tease. You bolt out of the simulation room, dodging Renoa's scowl. Her angry voice echoes behind me, but beneath it, I can almost hear a trace of laughter. Aw, good ending. Half bloom. I don't want to read the bad ending. I don't think there's really anything else I'm curious about. I mean, I sort of wanted to know what that data is going to be used for, but I doubt that would get an answer. But yeah, we know what happened to her comrades. She had to... They went crazy. Had to put them down. Man. Yeah, I guess these are trauma codes for a reason. Oof. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna do Luke's today. I might just do that off stream. Narja's was a bit happier. Renoa's, oof. I mean, it was nice that she knows she has friends now and everything. But, man. But yeah, it's interesting. With Renoa's backstory there with the lab, they were trying to create something more than Protoss, and then the Act 2 story and Narja and all that, they were trying to create something better than a Protoss. It's like, almost wonder if there's somebody behind the scenes guiding all of these things. Some organization or something, I don't know. Very interesting. But I think that is a good place to call it for today. At the Malin. Many head pets. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, gonna end there for today, but tomorrow should be finishing up chapter 34 of Honkai Impact 3rd, maybe get a little bit into chapter 35. Chapter 35 is the end of part 1. Almost near the end of part 1 of Honkai Impact 3rd. Then Tuesday, Thursday, doing Kanto 9 of Limbus Company. Friday, gonna try to finish up Trails in the Sky 3rd. That is the plan for this week. Yeah, in the meantime, if anybody's interested in my social medias, there's links for Discord, Twitter, BlueSky, and YouTube there in the chat. If anybody... Oh yeah, you can always find those in the About section of my Twitch or underneath the socials banner. And if anybody's watching the VOD on YouTube and you're interested in watching live, there will be a link in the video description to my Twitch. Any Trails Abyss? I have not done that yet, no. I do need to get grinding on that. Maybe I'll do some of that today, I don't know. I've done pretty much, or most of my other weekly grinds. Yep. Thank you all for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your weekend. Have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. I'll see you all around. Bye-bye.